Hello, welcome to the second day of the Gender and Media International Conference, the Challenges of Beijing Plus 25. This event results from a joint initiative of the Working Group on Gender and Sexualities of the Portuguese Association of Communication Sciences and the Research and Policy Committee of AMAG, Global Alliance on Media and Gender, in partnership with the Portuguese Association of Women's Studies and the Faculty of Arts and Humanities of the University of Coimbra. It is my pleasure to share the plenary session that opens the second day of the conference. The session will have as speakers the professors and researchers Karen Ross, Claudia Padovani, and Monica Jerv-Pierre. I take the opportunity to salute the distinguished speakers of the session and thank them for their availability to participate. I also want to welcome the other person which attends this session in this Zoom room, as well as those who follow us through YouTube, platform where we are streaming the conference. The session will start with the presentation by Karen Ross entitled Women, Politics and News, 25 Years and Counting. Karen Ross is Professor of Gender in Media at Newcastle University. Her teaching and research are focused on issues on gender, media, politics, and society. She has published numerous papers and books on these topics, most recently Gender, Politics and News, and her latest edit collection, the International Encyclopedia of Gender, Media and Communication. She was principal investigator on two EU-funded projects, Women in Decision-Making in Media Organizations and Advancing Gender Equality in Media Industries. She is currently the UK and European Regional Coordinator for the Global Media Monitoring Project. Karen Ross, thank you very much.
Thanks, Carla. I'm not sure I can really live up to my own CV, but I'll give it a go. Okay, so I'm just going to share my screen.
Okay.
Can everyone see that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, Women, Politics and News, 25 years on and counting. I suppose that the thing to say, what occurs to me is that I've just been researching this relationship for a very long time, and my career in sometimes reflects the 25 years since the Beijing Platform for Action was developed. So if we kind of think about what's happening right now in 2020, this relationship, what I would argue is a quite tricky relationship between women, politics and the media, has been going on for a very long time. And I've just shown this slide, this book, to say that even in the 16th century, there was an issue about women's political voice. So my first research project, which was just before Beijing Platform for Action, was a piece of work which I undertook really as a consequence of my own experience of being a woman politician and how my local media framed me in a very particular way. So I started to research that relationship, as you can see here in 1994. And what I realized is that news narratives have very specific ways of actually describing women politicians in relation to men. And I just put up these two kind of indicative quotes to actually demonstrate the very different kinds of linguistic strategies which are used by journalists were used then in 1994. And I would argue that now in 2020, we see something slightly different, but we also see something very similar, perhaps not quite so overtly sexist, but sexist nonetheless in different ways. So following on from that first piece of research, I then looked at the general election in the UK in 1997, because within a kind of UK context, it was an amazing achievement in the 97 election that we actually doubled the number of women parliamentarians in just one election. And the prize for this victory was for those women, in this case, Tony Blair's Labour MPs, to be described as Blair's babes. At that time, around kind of Beijing Platform for Action in 1995, these were what I would consider the kind of key tropes, the key issues that were around in terms of research and findings around this relationship between gender politics and media. So very much focused on representation, around stereotypes, style, marginalisation, and so on. And there was a beginning, a kind of a development of a research strategy, which was around talking to women themselves, because it was only really in the late 1990s that it was even possible to talk about a body, literally a body of women politicians, because up until that point there had been so few, certainly in the UK. If we now fast forward those 25 years and look at 2020, I would suggest that we still see a predominance of research studies that look at representation, pretty much looking at the same kind of issues around stereotypes and standards. And I think that, you know, we're not going to necessarily, we might get on to talking about the Global Media Monitoring Project, which had its 6th monitoring day this year in September. And I would certainly suggest that what we collected, the data that we had been collected in September 2020, is remarkably similar in terms of orientation and marginalisation to the data we collected in 1995. And that's very troubling, I think. But increasingly, we're also seeing studies, including my own kind of contemporary work, which looks at the way in which women are representing themselves, particularly through social media, particularly through social media platforms like Twitter and Facebook. But we also see what we saw in 1995 were kind of disrespectful discourses, journalistic discourses around women politicians. And I think what we see now is an abusive turn which is promoted and perpetrated by citizens through social media kind of trolling and abuse. So in April 2020, I started to notice something a bit weird. And it's what I've kind of called the COVID-19 effect, because suddenly the news media are full of stories about women and their effective political leadership. Now, this is something, as I have been looking at this relationship for quite a while, this was something rather interesting. I mean, fantastic, but not what I was expecting, having, you know, bemoaned the lack of women's visibility, and particularly women leaders' visibility over the last 25 years. So here are some illustrative headlines. I'm not sure, you know, what size screen anyone's looking at this on, but you know what you can see is that it is of a piece. The same group of women kept appearing from kind of April, so you know a month into the pandemic in terms of things like lockdown. And we saw the same people. We saw Jacinda Ardern, we saw Angela Merkel, and we saw a few other women political leaders. But all these headlines were suddenly, after years, you know, decades of disregard, suddenly realizing that women politicians were effective, and they were effective in this particular moment, in this moment of crisis. So we think, you know, journalists were suddenly thinking about how or why women leaders seem to be doing such a good job. And if we look just here in terms of statistics, so in 2020, there were very few women political leaders, but the discourse was women political leaders are effective, as if this was the case with all women political leaders. But as I'm trying to kind of argue here, is that those women who were mostly in the news, with the exception of Jacinda Ardern, were, you know, mostly in Europe, mostly leading left or centre-left parties. So something else, I would argue, is going on. It's not simply about sex or kind of gender, but something else was actually enabling those women to be more effective, I would suggest. I've just put up this slide to kind of illustrate what the literature says about what makes good leadership and communication. And what we see, if we just look very quickly, you don't have to, I'm not going to go through all of this, but generally the literature frames women and men's leadership styles as very different. And I would argue that actually it's simply, maybe it is different, and maybe the difference is to do with women's innate characteristics. But I would suggest that what we are now seeing, what the media particularly are framing as effective leadership, in principle, these are leadership qualities which are traditionally accorded to women. And I would argue it's not necessarily to do with women, it's to do with humanity. I've just put up a few examples here of how women's humanity is expressed. I just need to move this up in terms of effective communication, because these are the elements that the media have kind of gravitated towards in terms of why they think women political leaders have been effective. And what they mean by that is why they have been more effective than men. So it's not simply that the media is saying women leaders are effective. They're saying more effective, and that more effective means more effective than men. So I've just tried to extract some of the so-called gender traits, usually accorded to women, and trying to kind of illustrate how those gender traits are kind of represented within kind of media discourse. So Angela Merkel, I mean, she has had a very checkered experience at the hands of the media, and certainly at the hands of British media. But her background as a scientist somehow made her more effective because she kind of knew more. She kind of knew more about the science, as opposed to someone like, for example, Bolsonaro or Trump or even Johnson. So partly it was to do with Angela Merkel, her training as a scientist. But on the other side, she's also seen traditionally as being very cold and emotionless. So in this situation, her scientific background was seen as something which enabled her to be more effective because she knew what she was talking about. This person, Michelle Emma Dickinson, was used regularly by Jacinda Ardern in New Zealand as someone, again, who was a kind of science educator. And I would suggest that I'm not sure that there are many prime ministers or presidents who would choose to put up someone like Michelle Emma Dickinson as an expert. But the point is, she's an expert scientist, but she's an expert scientific communicator, and that I think makes a difference. And then we have the issues around kind of compassion and relatability, and in fact, indeed, humility. And someone like kind of Jacinda Ardern in particular, or Anna Solberg, talking in really, I don't know, kind of not emotional terms, but human terms about being scared, about focusing specifically on children, about talking about having Easter egg hunts, that there is a kind of ethics of care, which is often, again, attributed to women, not necessarily in a positive way. But here, it does play really well. It does play really well with us as citizens to actually hear our Prime Minister or our President normalizing being scared, saying it's okay to be scared, not just to children, but to us as citizens, and actually understanding that compassion at a human level. However, that's all well and good, but Jacinda Ardern and Angela Merkel, as I'm saying here, can't stand as proxies for all women political leaders. And here are just a couple of examples of two other political leaders or countries which are led by women, Bangladesh and Serbia, where they are not seen, those women are not seen as particularly having been effective through the kind of coronavirus pandemic. And I'm just showing you this little graph to show that Belgium, which also has a woman prime minister, has been at the top of the worst country for deaths per 100,000. That graph is from May, but I checked a few days ago, and Belgium is still at the top. So there's something else. It's not simply about political leaders' sex that actually makes them effective. There's something else going on. And the something else going on are these things, in my view. It is about your own, who you are as a person, your own ideology, your own belief systems, your own credibility. I think someone like Jacinda Ardern, who I did some work with several years ago, she's a person who's just comes across as authentic, relatable, and credible. She's a relatively young political leader. A lot of her early publicity was the fact that she was the first, wasn't quite the first, probably the second prime minister to have a child while she was actually in office. She is a very relatable person, but she's relatable, she's humble, she's credible because of who she is. And part of who she is her sex, but there's all these other things going on. And when people kind of talk about effective political leaders being women, I immediately think about, in my own country, Margaret Thatcher, or in fact, Theresa May. You couldn't imagine more different styles of political leadership between Theresa May and Jacinda Ardern. In the same way is, I would suggest, someone like Justin Trudeau or Emmanuel Macron. They have very different styles to Trump, Johnson, Bolsonaro, Putin, and so on. So it's not simply about sex. It's a convenience that the journalists use because it seems to make good copy. But when I think back to 1995 and kind of sexist political discourse, we think now in 2020, okay, it's not quite as sexist, but it's still sexy. So here we have the new Prime Minister of Finland, Sanna Marin, smart, young, and beautiful, with starry-eyed emoticons. Finland and New Zealand get young, female, and beautiful prime ministers, but the US, UK get to choose between old man or older man. Unfair. So there is still something going on there in terms of women's bodies. Their bodies, are still front and center. So, and here we have women politicians, babies, a lose-lose situation. So again, if a woman happens to get pregnant when she's in office, somehow the world is going to end. And Berlusconi's very disrespectful comments about Angela Merkel. So that is a discourse which is still ongoing. It hasn't gone away in the last 25 years. And even with all the positive aspects in those, flurries of headlines and flurries of articles about women's effective political leadership, it wasn't very soon after that we then got the backlash. Journalists reverting back to, are they really effective? Or was this just something which happened in a crisis situation and they need to go back, they need to get back in their box and just stop being the stars of the stage? And then we got the elections in New Zealand, resounding, the best, the highest approval rate for Labour and Jacinda Ardern in New Zealand for a very long time, for several elections. And of course, we then have the elections in the US last month, which again was just a resounding success, not simply for common sense, but also because of putting women of colour, and women generally back in the spotlight, back in the spotlight of being effective within a political domain. And in fact, Joe Biden only a couple of days ago said that the whole of his comms team, his senior comms team, 7 people, are all going to be women. The first time that has happened in a US administration. So we are seeing something. We're seeing, something amazing happening. But it will be interesting to see the extent to which these women in prominent positions, that their authority actually follows through within media discourse. And just here, Angela Merkel, great photo to see her with Joe Biden, one kind of view the first photos of Joe Biden with another political leader. And yes, great, it's Angela Merkel. Just very briefly, again, some journalists just can't help themselves. So we immediately see, maybe not necessarily a backlash, but journalists can't help but say something less than positive about women politicians. But for now, for me, seeing women leading, being effective, compassionate, credible, and more importantly, visible, I'll take that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Karen, for this wonderful presentation. I'll now will present the conference from Claudia Padovani. It's entitled Section G+25, Politics and Policies in Gender and Media. Claudia Padovani is Associate Professor in Political Science and International Relations at the University of Padova, where she teaches master courses in communication governance and engendering communication practices. Her main areas of interest concern the transformation of political process in the global context and their connection to the evolution of communication processes and technologies, with a special focus on gender equality issues, communication rights, and social justice. Padovani is an appointed member of the steering committee of the University of Padova Center for Gender Studies, Elena Cornaro. She is involved with the Global Alliance on Media and Gender. She is one of the co-chairs of the UNESCO UniTwin University Network on Gender, Media and ICT, and was one of the coordinators of the Advancing Gender Equality in Media Industries project. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Carla. Thank you all. It is a pleasure to be here, part of this conference. I did hear the opening yesterday and inspiring remarks by both Margaret Gallagher and Maria Joao Silveirinha. And I think what we're doing today follows nicely from those comments. So I would like to thank you very much for the invitation and for organizing this event in a strategic moment. And what I would like to share with you today is a celebration of the Beijing Platform for Action, of course, as a milestone for gender and media institutional commitment, as well as research and advocacy, but also to suggest that maybe some new visions, some new readings are needed. I would like to highlight one aspect that has not attracted so much attention over the last 25 years, which is the centrality of policies, provisions, legal frameworks, specific commitments in respect to media and gender. I would like to address some of the opportunities and challenges that we're facing today in the current time of the pandemic. So I'm glad to speak after Karen, because you will see that some of my comments are actually reflecting some of the very terms that Karen Ross has used. And I would like to share a few ideas for how the provisions of Section J from the Beijing Platform for Action could be reconsidered through a new reading of gender and media equality grounded in the concept of care, and how this may actually indicate some new directions for policy analysis in the field. Now, in relation to Beijing and Section J, we know that several recommendations came from Section J, with Section J, and actually Section J clearly stated that governments and other actors are called upon to promote an active policy of mainstreaming of a gender perspective in media policies and programs, and that they should support research which reviews existing media policies. And they also encourage the participation of women in the development of professional guidelines, the adoption of ethical codes, a number of self-regulatory mechanisms, for instance. So a clear call for policy provisions to define how to address inequality issues that had been highlighted at the time of Beijing. Now, in recent years, we've witnessed a growing body of scholarly work, including, of course, Margaret Gallagher, Caroline Byerly, Aimee Vega Montiel, Leslie Shade, Lisa McLaughlin, myself, and others, preoccupied in highlighting that little has happened since Beijing. Policy-related aspects of media gender unequal relations have been the least considered, not to say ignored, by policy actors and by media and ICT industries. And although some efforts have been made to clarify the supranational frameworks which establish very clear principles and norms for gender equal media, starting from Section J, as of today, no comprehensive international research has been conducted to provide evidence on the existence and or the implementation of gender and media relevant policies across the world. So we have like preliminary findings of a UNESCO survey that was conducted in 2016, showing that only 35% of world governments have mainstream media and gender issues into their national cultural policies, and that 37% of countries have gender strategies which include any reference to the media. And then we have some findings from a number of studies like those supported by the International Women's Media Foundation in 2011 and the one promoted by the European Institute for Gender Equality in 2013 that looked, among other aspects, at policy adoption by media companies, indicating that, for instance, across Europe until a few years ago, less than a quarter of mainstream media outlets had developed any policy measure to promote gender equality. And at the same time, it should be restated that formal, publicly promoted and integrated equality strategies and policy frameworks constitute the clearest evidence of countries and media organizations' commitment to gender equality. And it has been reminded by Margaret Gallagher on several occasions, formally adopted policies and mechanisms on the one side are core to define the principles and goals for the media to operate, but on the other side, they provide tools to monitor and assess progress and change. So in this line, in my previous work, I also suggested that in order to consolidate research in this area, in due consideration of the multi-actor and multi-level character of communication governance, we should look in different directions at very different type of provisions that can be adopted. So on the one side, of course, media internal policies and self-regulatory mechanism, but also national media and ICT policies that should include gender concern and gender equality as a goal. And on the other side, national strategies for gender equality that should acknowledge the centrality of the media and of digital technologies. And then also we could consider the role of civic organization and professional associations to contribute to framing and articulating the normative standards. So this idea of where is it that we should be looking at if we are to assess the progress that has been made since the Beijing platform in relation to Section J through a policy perspective, I think that kind of idea takes us to where we are today. And today, considering, as Karen Ross has just done, but from a different angle, the challenges that are posed by COVID-19 pandemic and also some of the opportunities that emerge from a crisis. And I think it has become clear from the very beginning, from April and May, that women were and are affected disproportionately by the pandemic, being health workers as well as researchers in the front line, forced to increase their commitment to care work inside families and to rearrange their lives so as to balance multiple responsibilities, and being exposed to increased risk of violence, particularly in locked up domestic environments. So, and as we know, around April and May, a number of letters have been sent by advocates, feminist groups, different associations to prominent figures like Ursula von der Leyen and Christine Lagarde to solicit a European gender-aware response to the pandemic. The pandemic has also raised a global level of awareness concerning the unsustainable conditions of societies organized around an extractive capitalistic logic, unrespectful of the necessary balance between societal development and the environment, and still not fully aware of the role and relevance of women in fostering human progress and making societies thrive. So in this context, I think it's interesting to see that a number of plans and strategies have been elaborated over the past months from the international level to the national, calling for full consideration of women, their needs, their capacities, and indicating directions to put those needs at the core of any recovery action. And just to remember a few of these, I will not go into the details, but a recent document by the OECD titled Women at the Core of the Fight Against COVID-19 Crisis discussed the policy challenges and policy options and states that fundamentally all policy responses to the crisis must embed a gender lens and account for women's unique needs, responsibilities, and perspective. Similarly, the International Labour Organization has adopted in May a document, COVID-19 Response, Getting Gender Equality Right for a Better Future for Women at Work, suggesting short and long-term actions that government should take to take advantage, to advance gender equality for more resilient and inclusive societies. And on November 25, the European Commission just launched its Gender Action Plan, putting women and girls' rights at the heart of global recovery, indicating transformative and intersectional approaches to mainstream gender again in all policies. And just to name a couple of interventions that took place at national level, I think we've all been very interested in looking at the Hawaiian Feminist Economic Recovery Plan for COVID-19 that was adopted by the State Commission on the Status of Women, that call for collect, analyze, and publish disaggregated data and support women's plus independence from a feminist perspective. So these are plans and strategies of unprecedented value. They indicate concrete directions, not only to address and overcome long-standing inequalities, though of course the crisis is just the latest step in this process, but to fully take advantage of women's capacity to cope with crisis, find alternative ways of dealing with specific challenges, and become integral part of societal efforts to rethink the future. What emerges clearly from these documents is the conviction that any prospective vision must include a definitive commitment to gender equality. Also, this would imply an explicit effort to intervene at the cultural level, in promoting and circulating alternative ideas, in reaffirming values of diversity, inclusion, and solidarity, and in designing programs centered on concrete practices of equality. And yet something seems to be missing from this forward-looking intervention, because once more, we see that communication and culture are not central to those plans. Reference is made to the need to challenge stereotype, particularly in relation to STEMs, the science, technology, and engineering areas, to overcome persisting inequalities. But so with some very partial exceptions, the multiplication of these relevant policy initiatives with these characteristics and these gaps are representative, problematic, and they also constitute a missed opportunity. I think they are representative since once again, across all these documents, there seems to be no full awareness that the paradigm shift required by the current situation in rethinking politics and the economy and human existence on the planet should also be grounded in a reconsidered role of the media, traditional and digital, their ways of representing reality, their responsibility in fostering new understanding, their role in reorganizing life and work and human experience. And I think it is also problematic because media and cultural industries, as well as educational institutions, they are not included as central agents in these very visions. And finally, it is a missed opportunity because it could have been an opportunity, as Margaret Gallagher suggested yesterday, to build on the Beijing platform for action, to include communication and cultural processes not as instrumental to broader transformation within structurally unequal social systems, but rather as fundamental players in addressing those inequalities. So we could discuss the causes and consequences of the missed opportunity and how this relates to also shifting vision between Beijing and the current narrative and frameworks of the Agenda 2030 and Generation Equality Forum. But I would like to focus on a different aspects, and I will devote a bit of time making some remarks on a proposal that I think is relevant from a theoretical point of view, but may help us develop new ideas that may turn into concrete plans, including for doing policy relevant research. And I would like to share some reflections starting from a challenging and powerful proposal made a few years ago by political philosopher John Tronto, whereby she made an effort to rethink the concept of care not only in relation to the conventional spaces that are associated with it, like the family, intimate relation, or the health system, but to consider more broadly care and caring as fundamental to democratic life. According to Tronto, a perspective of care allows rethinking fundamental democratic concepts and principles like freedom, equality, and justice. And in this respect, caring becomes relevant to all spheres of life, including, of course, media and cultural sectors, and our commitment within. Now, in COVID-19 times, caring has proven to be at the core of our lives as individuals and as citizens. And it's a fundamental activity for society to thrive and survive. Realities of the past months have become explanations of why and how we should care about care. And thus, caring should no longer be seen as a marginal activity. Rather, it should be considered as an inherently political attitude. Tronto and Fisher, 30 years ago, defined care as a species activity that includes everything that we do to maintain, continue, and repair our world so that we can live in it as well as possible. And the world includes our bodies, ourselves, and the environment. And then over the years, Tronto has made an effort to clarify how such a concept, very generic and broad, could be associated to both individual spaces of action and to institutional settings, suggesting that adopting a logic of care, not only as an ethical principle, but as a conceptual tool to support the concrete policy-relevant intervention, could lead to radical changes in our society. She's done so developing an articulated understanding of caring beyond the very action of taking care, and trying to connect the microdynamic of our everyday caring with the macrodynamic of contextual and institutional conditions. And so different steps or stages have been identified to articulate the work of caring, which I briefly elaborate upon in relation to section J, to then make conclude with some final remarks and questions. My suggestion is that a caring approach may actually guide future investigation on gender equality policies, including around media and communication. Now, the first step is to care about. And to care about is identifying the needs that require attention: gender inequalities, discrimination, lack of support. So for us, this means to keep women's communication rights high on the agenda and to focus on their needs, starting from the many studies that many of us have conducted. But at the same time, I think that to care about invites looking at how gender inequality issues are framed in policy intervention, how problems are articulated, and what kind of solutions are proposed. So policy analysis of frame. The second step is to care for. And according to Tronto, this is about the responsibility to take action, for which skills and judgments are needed. Who is responsible to address the needs and what kind of responsibilities are taken? Now, the Beijing agenda suggested that education and policy intervention by different actors should have been part of the plan after Beijing. That still remains, that is still open, still something that needs to be done. But to care for is to clarify how power in media policies and in media industries is exercised to set priorities and define courses of action to address gender-specific needs. Then there is a third step, which is caregiving, which is the actual work of maintaining and repairing the world. And this is about time, commitment, and competence. It requires specific organization. It requires that something is organized across level, mobilizing for action, but also creating the structures and mechanisms within the media, for instance, like dedicated offices, departments, to support women and men according to respective exigencies. The fourth step is about care receiving, the response to caregiving, in which we are all involved, as we all are caregiver and care receiver at some moments different in our lives. And caregiving is about being responsive. So working together, doing research and participating in conferences like this, I think we're all giving and receiving care in a sense and in a political meaning. And then the final point and the final step is to care with. which is all about the solidarity, so the collective of doing together and acting together, connecting feminist practices, and it is, of course, about trust. So here the point is, how can we collectively make sense of all the knowledges and experiences that we have developed over the course of 25 and plus years to support gender-aware and gender-transformative communication, so as to translate those knowledges into policy proposals for the time that we live in. So has all this anything to do with the challenges posed by the COVID pandemic and to gender-aware media policy? I believe it has. And I would like to start from recalling that in the Italian language, care translates as cura from the Roman, the Latin term, which is the same term that we use for cure or healing, the process of making and becoming sound or healthy again. And moreover, in the Italian context, cura recurs in a number of sentences that embody profound relational perspectives through metaphors and vivid images. Like when we say things have to be done properly, in the right manner, responsibly, fare con cura. We take care of people and else, prendersi cura. There is a need to nurture and cultivate, like plant or the planet, curare il pianeta. So caring is about observing and listening, having a voice and participate in a conversation. And it can be assumed as a principle for communicative practices, but also as a starting point for the ideation and design of policies and programs. So my proposal here is that we explore the possibility to assume care as a central value in the political world, including the politics of gender and media, to recognize the democratic end of caring practices and to recognize the diversity of caring needs. And we could do so by building and acknowledging the decades of research and reflections, as well as mapping out and intervene in all possible spaces through mobilization that are deeply political. So these are just synthetic remarks, possibly starting point for further reflection, but maybe this opens an opportunity to rethink from a different angle issues that we have discussed for the past 25 years, trying to unmask all the challenges to making gender equality in and through the media a reality, and investing energy and creativity to elaborate recommendations and guidelines and policies. So I would like to conclude with a few questions for all of us to reflect upon. What would it mean to rethink gender and media from a caring perspective that looks at both everyday life and institutional practices? And what would it mean for media and creative industries to care about gender equality? Who should be attentive to the needs? Who should be responsible for taking action? What alternative knowledges can be played out? And who should decide what resources to invest in the caring practices? And finally, how can we contribute to the development and implementation of recovery plans and renaissance plans for our respective countries in the post-pandemic phase, highlighting the centrality of media, communication, and culture in their intersection with gender equality? And how can we do this by grounding our research and advocacy efforts in a logic of care? These are all open questions for me, for my side, and I think maybe food for thought for us collectively. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Claudia Padovani. It's indeed food for our thoughts. Thank you for your wonderful presentation. And now I would like to introduce Monica Jerf-Pierre. She will make a presentation on comparing gender and media equality across the globe, experiences and insights from the GEM project. Monica Jerf-Pierre is a professor at the Department of Journalism, Media and Communication at the University of Gothenburg and the principal investigator and project leader of the project Comparing Gender and Media Equality Across the Globe. She has been involved in gender and media research for several decades and has headed gender projects funded by both the Swedish Research Council and the Swedish Foundation for Humanities and Social Sciences, For example, the project Women in the Journalist Culture and the research program Gender and the Social Reproduction of Elites. She has also been on the editorial board of Feminist Media Studies for many years. Currently, Gerf Pierre is involved in several projects, communicating antimicrobial resistance, cultivation in a new media environment, and spirals of attention, environmental journalism in the Swedish news media. Thank you very much, Monica.
Thank you very much for inviting me and having me here. So my talk today will be mostly about this project that I have been working on for the last 5 years, comparing gender and media equality across the globe. And I will try to use that project as a kind of point of departure for providing some insights for the future of media and gender research. So this project that we call GEM, the GEM project, has been going on since 2016. And the project is of interest to this conference, I think, because it takes as a point of departure the development of gender equality in the news media since the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action. So we look at the development in the last 25 years. And another important point of departure is the idea that, of course, formal equality does not guarantee substantive equality for women, as been pointed out by the UN Women in many reports, the last one in 2020. So the key questions that we ask in this project is why gender equality in the news media differ between countries and regions, because we do that is the case. We do know that. We also look at the media as a mirror of reality. Is it really that, or is it something else that has impact on how the news media portrays reality? And we also look at how gender equality in the news media is related to development in other areas: democracy, labor market, media freedom, and also freedom from corruption. So it's a comparative project looking at gender equality in the news, both in the news media content, but also in organizations in different countries of the world. And we focus on substantive gender equality. That is when women and men are given equal status in media organizations and in news media content. That is giving the same presence, importance, and respect. And the team behind this project is quite large. It consists of a Swedish team headed by me, Monica, and also containing Maria Edström and Matthias Färdig. And then we have an international team consisting of several of the people you've heard listening to today. Caroline Byerly, Karen Ross, Claudia Padovano, Sarah Macaria, and William Bird from Media Monitor in Africa was part of the project in the beginning. So the key goals with this project is to bring together and make available existing comparative data on gender equality, both in media content, but also in media organizations, and to some extent also look at media access and use. We want to combine data sets to do new research about causes and consequences of differences in gender equality in the news media in different countries. And we also have this goal of making everything we do open access. So everything that we publish, both the book from the project, but also the data that we have collected, will be accessible to everyone in the world. And the main data sets that we have worked with in this project is the GMMP, the Global Media Monitoring Project, which I'm quite sure everyone who are listening to this presentation knows what it is. It's also the global report on the status of women in the news media. That was where Caroline Bayer was the PI, looking at media organization on a global level. And also studies from the EGE, which was a study on gender equality in media organizations. But we have also several other data sets included in our study, but these are the main ones. So the project outcomes, all are presented and published with open access so that everyone can take part of this research. And we just finished a book where we look at various aspects of these qualities, causes and consequences of comparing of gender and media equality. We also have a data set, which is open access, where we have compiled different data sources and also produced a code book, which makes it very easy to use it. And it's free for everyone to download. And we also produced what we call a GEM index, which is an easier, simpler measure of gender equality in news content based on 6 different gender-sensitive indicators that we draw from the GMMP. So it's based on various aspects of presence and the topics where women and men are participating in the news, and also the various roles that women and men have in news stories. So I would like to point out 5 of the main conclusions and insights that can be useful for the future. And the first, of course, which I'm pretty sure that is not news to anyone, is that gender equality in the news media is lacking in most countries in the world. Women are marginalized in the news, but there are quite large differences. And if we look at one of the figures from the book that we just published, where we present this GEM index, which is a measure of gender equality in the news. We can see in this figure that the red line here is represent equality. And everything below that red line is a male bias in the news. And everything that is above that line is a female bias in the news. And as you can see, all bars are below, fairly long down below this equality mark. And the darker the shade of the blue, the more male bias in the news. So it's easy to see that gender equality isn't present anywhere in the world. And these are the latest data that we have from 2015. We all know that GMMP is doing a new study in 2020. We will see if things have changed there. I'm not so sure that they will, but this is the latest data that is available. There is also very meager progress. And if we look at the GEM index score from 2005 to 2015, we can see that there is hardly any progress at all, except in certain areas, such as Latin America, also in North America. But in many regions, there is no change. For instance, in Africa, where it's almost the same as it was in 2005. So it's easy to see that progress is slow. And we made some calculations in this project. And at the current pace, it will take about 70 years until gender equality is reached in the world. But on the other hand, we can also see that it's relatively fast if you compare it to other spheres of society. Particularly if you compare it with the Global Gender Gap Index, which is one of the more famous measures of gender equality that is used everywhere in the world, where they say it will take almost 100 years until we reach equality in society. And if you look at the economic sector or economic sphere, it will take 257 years. So from that point of that perspective, it's not so slow, relatively fast in comparison. But our conclusion is that it's the news media that are catching up. They are not taking the lead at all. Because one of the main results from this study that we can show in many different chapters of the book is that the news media do not really reflect reality when it comes to the actual progress of gender equality in the world. The news media is generally less gender equal than the real world in politics, in the economy, and in general. So we can clearly see that the news media are lagging behind the rest of society in terms of gender equality. And when we look at the different explanations to the variations between countries in terms of how much gender equality there is in the news media, it's very clear that journalism isn't unaffected what is going on in society. It is what Bourdieu described as a semi-autonomous field, intersecting with politics, economy, culture. And three things seem to be very important for having higher levels of gender equality in the news. And the first one is hardly surprising: women's standing in society in general, the social, political, and economic rights and opportunities for women in a society. But it's interesting to see that attainments in social and economic spheres seem to be more important than political ones. And it's not economic development per se that makes the difference here. It's only as long as this development actually results in progress for women that we can see a connection to gender equality in the news. We can also show that the presence of women in the media field, women journalists and editors, clearly have an impact on the level of gender equality in news content. And another factor that is also relevant and quite important is media autonomy. That is the freedom of economic, political, and legal restrictions and infringements, which is also, even when you control for every other factors, important for the gender equality in the news. And the fifth reflection or insight is that we really need to be minding the blank spots. There are so many countries where we don't have data. And it's been shown in other research that there are few areas of society that have such a lack of gender-related data as the media sector. So our conclusion is that curating and expanding on these data sets that we already have, the GMMP and IWF and AG, is extremely important if we are going to track or be able to trace what is happening in the media world. And we are very happy to know that the GMMP is coming now with the results from 2020, and we have a very strong ambition to include the GMMP 2020 in our data set when it's published. And the present data set that we have collected have entries for 155 countries in the world, and that's a lot. But it's important to know that most indicators are available not for every country, and even fewer can be traced or tracked over time. And we look specifically at the missing countries, the countries where we don't know anything about. It's very easy to also to see that these are often the countries which with the lowest levels of general gender equality in society, but also low levels of media freedom. So one conclusion from this research is also that participating in one of these international studies is actually an indicator of having at least some interest in gender equality in the news. And most of the countries we don't know anything about are probably worse off than the countries that we actually can look at. So this is my summary of this project, and the book is available for free. It's just to download from Nordicom Publishing. It's a Nordic media publishing company, and the GEM dataset is also available for download with the code book if you follow the link. And the GEM index that I presented here is also included in the GEM dataset, so you can take a look at it and compare it with other data if you're interested. So thank you so much. This is the book. I'm going to end with this.
Okay, thank you very much, Monica, for this overlook for the presentation of the GEM project and an overlook on the results, the main results that you achieved by now. We have now time for a debate, for some questions from the people who are following us. And we already have questions. So I will first address the first question to Claudia and Karen from Professor Maria João Silveirinha. First of all, she would like to thank you all for the inspiring insights, and all, including Monica, of course. And she would like to ask specifically to Claudia and Karen, could it be that the new media focus on women that Karen talked about is because the pandemic is a moment that undermine the divide between the private sphere of the home and the masculine public sphere of politics? Because during the crisis, there was a need of the kind of care traditionally associated with the private, but now as protection from public political leaders. And do you think this will last in the media once the specific moment is gone? I don't know, maybe Karen, you want to start?
Carla, do you want us to respond to each question, or do you want to gather a load of questions for us to ask, or should we just ask them one as you're asking them?
Yes, maybe you could start with the answering this question, and then I will follow for more questions.
Okay. I mean, maybe I can just make a direct response, particularly on the last question, the second question, which is, do we think that the media will continue this focus? I suspect no. Well, certainly in the UK media, it won't continue with that focus, because that moment was really very fleeting, and I think we will. What I think we will see is where there are prominent women like Kamala Harris. We may well kind of see those women continuing, and maybe see Caroline Bailey is on the call, so Caroline might want something to say as well there. But it just seems to me that there is mostly the media are not really interested in women parliamentarians or women politicians generally, unless there's something quite sensational, or when they have a particular position, Angela Merkel being a really good example. But I think that when we're talking about the media, even though we imagine a kind of global landscape, the media, despite the fact that places, organisations like the BBC are global, I think we tend to see in our own countries our own political landscape played out. So even though at a period we did see those women political leaders coming into focus, I think it was much more to do with a criticism against men, so that women come to the fore because people are really unhappy with how male, particularly people like Trump and Johnson and Bolsonaro. And so women then are seen as a more kind of nurturing, emotional counter to those more macho styles of political leadership. So I suspect that was a moment, and there might be other moments, as we saw with Kamala Harris, but they're moments. It just seems to me that they're quite fleeting. And just to respond to your first question about, is it about the kind of the public-private sphere divide suddenly blurring? And I think partly it is to do with that, but I think it's also to do with a yearning amongst us as citizens, and perhaps a yearning of journalists as well, to actually see within this pandemic moment, within this crisis, which is so devastating, to see something about a human side of political leadership, because that has really been missing. So I think that there was that yearning and appreciation of people like Jacinda Ardern having the children's conference, talking about the Easter Bunny. I think people really appreciated that. But that was then. I suspect we're in a very different moment now.
Mm-hmm. Claudia, I will ask for your comments as well. Yes. Regarding Maria João Silveirinha question.
Yes, thank you so much. Briefly, and maybe touching upon a slightly different aspect from the one that Karen has mentioned. I think yes, certainly there is it has to do with the fact that the private sphere, intimate, somehow has been exposed because the whole idea and work of care has become so visible, so needed, so fundamental, so concrete. And what I see there, and that's maybe also the reason why I made a proposal I made today. I mean, I've been speaking about this, focusing on the ethics of care and the practices of care, is precisely because I think what we've witnessed in this moving of the caring work, so so visibly outside of the private space, through women who are doing research, men and women working in the health system, anybody who was taking care of children and taking care of the elderly. So all this has shown how we all are relational, dependent, but it has also proven how any kind of work on care requires skills and competence and resources, including financial resources. And that's why I think this focus of care, I mean, understanding better what of this can remain with us is somehow of a challenge that we should be concerned with. But then comes the second part of the question, and is what kind of attention the media will continue to pay on these aspects. And here I do agree with Karen. I think one of the things that made me think maybe there is an opening space for some kind of radical change is during the first wave of the pandemic, we've heard lots of discussion and debates and interventions related to the fact that we had to reconsider dramatically the system in which we live and capitalist system and the kind of relations and the principles according to which these relations are taking place. And much of that, which has a lot to do with the profound cultural transformation of society, has gone. It has gone with the first wave. It's no longer part of the public discourse and the public debate. So now we're a lot more into the recovery, how to use the funding, and who should be doing this. In that respect, I think what risks to go missing is the whole point of the kind of work that is needed for such a relational context in which we live is all about the nurturing and cultivating. So care also in that respect. And that's why I think we should all be concerned with the kind of plans being developed at the national level. Those kind of plans that I mentioned, most of our countries, all of our countries are elaborating things like this that are hardly taking into consideration both aspects. The aspect of like radical rethinking the cultural dimension, and also what is that communication and culture can do for this. So the media will not be very helpful in that respect. That's my answer.
Mm-hmm. There is a question for you. I think that you partially answered that from you, Claudia, from Tamires Coelho. It questions, is it possible to think care and its expanded sense as a central value to politics, democracy, and communication in a capitalist society? Capitalism is based on difference and exploitation of women and minorities. It is possible thinking care with a central role in the system. I think you are partially answering this, but I don't know if you want to add.
Just briefly, not to steal time from others, the short question is no. The short answer. I think the interesting elements in the proposal that comes from the author that I've been referring to is that this is a proposal for a radical change and transformation, which is certainly not structured around individuals and principles of competition and oppression and extraction, but it's actually the opposite. So again, huge cultural work to be done in that respect. But I think the first step is to recognize that this is a legitimate starting point, not just in terms of principle and ethics, but in the very concrete practices that we've witnessed. And that's why I think we are living a moment that has this immense potential if we take that.
Mm-hmm. Monica would like to address a question for Claudia, so I will give you the floor.
No, it was actually a comment to the discussion raised by Claudia on the journalism of care or media, the ethics of care, which I found very, very interesting, and I think really we should move further with that. But I remember an article that I read by, I think it was Kaori Hayashi, and she wrote an article where she proposes a journalism of care. But if I remember correctly, she posed that idea as an alternative to feminist ways of looking at news media. And I think the idea there was that it was less focusing on power relations. It was something that you could apply to a broader set of media systems, where you don't value, for instance, scrutiny and being tough on your decision makers. So I think it's very interesting. I think it's important, and I like the idea, but I also would add a bit of caution to this care notion, and at least look at it from maybe from her perspective then, because I see it as something opposed to a feminist perspective. So that was my question, but also my comment to that.
Thank you, Monica. I'm happy to read this piece that I was not aware of. I think what I find interesting in the kind of proposal that I have shared with you is the fact that here the focus is not so much on the practices of journalism, but rather on the possibility to think through this perspective in relation to institutions, and how to think of transforming institutions from within. So less maybe with the content, and also of course it has to do with the profession, but in terms of
I agree, and I like it. I like the idea. That's why I looked into it. I've been thinking about the journalism of care before, and then I read her article, and I was a bit put off by the idea. But I like it. I do. Yeah.
Monica, I have a question for you from Carla Batista, and she asked, why is the news world less gender equal than real world?
Yeah, that is the question in a way. But journalism, I mean, if you look at most research on journalism practice, we know that men and women tend to go about their work in very similar ways. And if you also look at the Worlds of Journalism study, they find no differences in professional outlooks between women and men. No matter how they look at the relationship, they don't find that. So journalism was institutionalized as a male thing. It's news values, its way of dealing with reality. It seemed to favor men. It's a structural way of it's a structural bias, but obviously you can see that it differs between countries, the extent to this marginalization, but it's a feature of global news culture. It marginalizes women, but to various extent. That's just a fact. Yeah.
There is one other question. This one is from Mein Genselbeck. I think I'm saying correctly. And it doesn't address to a specific speaker, so you feel free to answer. He asks, what do you all think? Yeah, it's meant to all of you, on the detrimental effects of the increasing populist right-wing rule over gender equality. We at the same time see a strong feminist uprising. What is the meaning of this for gender and media connection? I don't know what are your remarks on this question? Maybe Karen, can we start?
I'll just make a quick comment on that. I saw that question. I suppose that again, it's, as I was trying to say in my presentation, it's not there are as many, well, not as there are right-wing women. There are right-wing political leaders who are women. So again, it just seems to me that we just have to think about the 70 million people who voted for Trump in the States, and just think there is something to do with a feminist approach. There is something to do with women as political agitators. But I just think that there's a danger in just thinking that all women are egalitarian and all men are not, because we clearly know that that's not true. But I think one of the positive aspects in some ways of this push towards this trend of right-wing politics, certainly across Europe, is that it provokes, as it always has done, a kind of a feminist uprising. That there is the pushback. So for every sexist trend, there is a pushback. So I think that we do, and this is a great thing, it seems to me, about social media. Sorry, my dog is about to Zoom bomb this conversation. If I don't, I'm trying to keep hold of her. So I think there's a trend that we see, which is I think a really positive trend, where we see things like hashtag Me Too. We see demonstrators on the street. So I think that for as long as we have these shifts between kind of right and left wing kind of ideological positions, we will see these different waves of women's activism. So I see that as something positive. We just need, in my view, we need to see a political leadership globally which takes issues around equality seriously. And those, I mean, they're more likely to be coming from left-leaning political regimes than right-wing, obviously. But that's what we need to see. But we need to be mindful, as I tried to say, it's not simply about the sex of the political leader. It's the larger context. And I think that's what we see actually in the GEM study as well. We actually see the importance of local and national cultures, politically, socially, culturally, that it has as much influence in terms of gender equality issues and legislation as anything else.
I don't know, Monica, do you want to make some remarks on following this question?
No, I agree with Karen, but also that it's a tricky question. What is the reaction and what is the action? I mean, it's an ongoing process with reactions to women making progress, but also feminist reactions to the reaction from right-wing populists. But I've seen it also in Sweden, where I come from, which it's often highlighted as one of the most gender equal countries in the world. I mean, it's a strong counterattack on gender equality. Not just feminism, but gender equality even, although you would regard Sweden as a gender equal country, and that is something that we are very proud of. It's a strong backlash going on at the moment. And we noticed that when we published this book, because normally this kind of publication would get a lot of attention. We got some, but actually less than I thought. And I noticed the journalists, they were hesitant to do something on this book, and that is completely new in the Swedish context. So I see it as a very strong backlash to the progress that we've actually seen. That's my comment.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe just to follow up on that, I think certainly it's an ongoing process of action and counteraction. But I think there was a meaningful moment almost 2 years ago. It was March 2019. And maybe some of you may remember, there was a meeting of the World Congress of Families, which is this international network of very conservative groups that took place in a small city in the northeast of Italy, where I actually happened to live, in Verona. And in response to this, which was a gathering of maybe 700 people or so, there were 500,000 people in the streets, which is something that the city had never witnessed, not even in the 70s. So this is, it was a very visible representation of how these tensions are being played out today. But I think what Monica is referring to as the strong backlash has to do with something that has emerged very clearly on that occasion, which is there is a very well organized plan, framework for these right-wing populist action. The way they are played out in different countries, it may be different. But actually, there is documents that have been produced which engage different members of parliaments at the European level. So that level of organization that has penetrated the institutions from the European level to the local level of our municipalities, that is something that we should be concerned. Because if we are to look at how this is maybe affecting or could be affected by gender in media, then of course you can't be looking at only one single level. And the ways in which these things are represented, but also the ways in which the narrative of this is created. Of course, it should also take into consideration what happens at the level of European institutions, for instance. So the question is very difficult. What's interesting is that we're just now working on a project proposal to look at different countries across Europe, right-wing populist governments to see the effect of successful populism on policies. And we will also be looking at gender equality policies, because that is something that we've heard from the news, but we don't really have like a systematic account of what are the consequences of this kind of governing mechanism.
Well, we unfortunately have to, before we close the session, there is a comment from Carla Cerqueira. And she says, it was very inspiring to hear Claudia Padovani talk about the importance of care. I was here thinking about how to articulate this idea of care with an intersectionally approach. And I was thinking specifically at this time when we find ourselves with the accentuation of certain social inequalities in the blindness that we sometimes still produce in research and practice. That was the comment that she wants to leave to us. Well, I will close now the session. The conference we will follow now with 2 parallel sessions, and have again plenary session at 6:15. I would like to thank you very much for these wonderful, inspiring conferences. And I also want to thank the people that were following us, attending the conference and following us through YouTube. Thank you very much. I hope to see you again soon in the near future. And I will still follow your work, your very inspiring work. Thank you very much.
Thank you
Thanks,
for
Carla.
having us.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you very much. It was a really wonderful session. Very interesting. I will look forward for your work, the updates of your work, which I follow for many years. So
Brilliant.
thank you very much.
Have a good remainder of your conference, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Almano?
Oi, eu tô aqui.
Isto já não está a transmitir, pois não?
Nós, na verdade, estamos sim a transmitir, por isso que.
Ok.
Exato.
Então.
Hi. Hi, Caroline. Hi. Aime. Hi.
Hey, Carla, nice to see you.
How are you?
Good, I've enjoyed your 2 days as much as I could get to them.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, lots of work.
Yeah, a bit.
Yeah, hi, Aime.
Yeah,
Nice to see you.
yeah. I saw that Aime was in another conference, in another event.
Aime is all over the world speaking
Yeah.
all the
Yeah,
time.
yeah.
Hi, amigas. How are you both?
Yeah.
Give me
Hi.
1 second, please.
Yeah.
I'm finishing another meeting.
I don't know if we are ready with the technical issues. Elmano? It's all okay? Yes?
Hi. Carla, how's your baby?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Professor Carla, everything is ready on YouTube. I don't know if I said this before because it was mute.
No,
But
we cannot.
okay. I'm going to repeat again. Everything is okay on YouTube, and we are transmitting or doing the stream. And when you want, we can start it. But in any way, we have just 2 more minutes until the correct time. But by your command, we can do it. Okay?
Okay.
Are you recording the conference?
Yes.
We are streaming. Yeah, sorry.
Okay. I think I signed a consent form, so I should remember
Yeah.
that.
Do you have, Professor Caroline, the YouTube link?
Yes, I have it. It's on the screen right in front of me, and it's on my information that Carla sent. Is that where you're going to post it?
Yes.
Yeah, it's already there.
Oh, okay.
We are doing this streaming, so people can follow us, not just on YouTube, but also here on Zoom meeting room, and by the link over there.
Sounds good.
Carla, how's your baby?
Well, without symptoms. So now I think all the things are better. Yeah. But of course, we are here at home. Maybe next Tuesday we can go out.
Oh,
So,
yes, of course. They're saying it's a shorter quarantine period now, though.
No, because we start on 23 of November.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, okay. Mhm. Mhm.
Caroline, how are you?
I am overworked, but I'm okay.
I'm happy to hear that.
How are you?
I'm happy. Luckily, my father is doing well, and my mom is not infected. So that's really, really good because she has strong problems with her kidneys. And my brothers are also okay, also myself. And of course, you know, these are hectic times for everybody because we have too much on the plate. But I'm happily okay.
Is your dad in the hospital?
No, not anymore. He was in the hospital for a few days. He developed pneumonia, and and the damage is in 50% of his lungs. so the recovery will be slow, but happily he is alive, you know. And I think that for him, this is a strong experience because, okay, I hope that this is not already on the screen. I mean, on the public screen. But I think
Well,
that,
sorry, but it is.
yeah, okay. So
I'm so sorry, but it is. I don't know if you are, if you want to share, but in any way, I'm so sorry. I said this before. We are streaming, but in any way, so sorry.
okay.
We can start. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I want to welcome the people who are with us here in the virtual room, those who attend the conference on YouTube, and particularly our keynote speakers from this session, Aimee Vega Montiel and Caroline Burley. It is a great pleasure to chair this last plenary session of this international conference dedicated to the challenges of Beijing Plus 25. I remember that this event results from a joint initiative of the Working Group on Gender and Sexualities of the Portuguese Association of Communication Sciences and the Research and Policy Committee of Global Alliance on Media and Gender, with the partnership with the Portuguese Association of Women Studies and the Faculty of Arts and Humanities of the University of Coimbra, and with the support of the Young Researchers Working Group of the Portuguese Association of Communication Sciences. After these 2 days of discussions around media, gender, and the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action, with the presentations on different themes and from diverse geographical contexts, in this session, our keynote speakers will reflect on the force of Section J, Women and Media. We will start with Aimee Vega Montiel presentation. Aimee is a researcher at the Center of Interdisciplinary Research in Sciences and Humanities at National Autonomous University of Mexico. She's a feminist scholar, expert on women, human rights, media, and ICT. She's the chair of the Global Alliance on Media and Gender and a co-chair of the UNESCO UniTwin University Network on Gender, Media, and ICT. So thank you so much, Aimee. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Carla. It's really an honor to share this session together with my colleague, Caroline Bayerly, who has been in so many ways a teacher, not just for me, but for too many scholars all around the world. Also, I'm glad to see that Margaret Gallagher is following this session. Thank you, Margaret, because really, I think that if we are able to speak today on Section J, is mainly thanks to the work that you both have improved in the field of communication and women's human rights. Also to Professor Carla Cerqueira for this invitation. I think it's really, really important to promote these conversations because I think that the risks that the feminist agenda on communication is facing currently demands our collective, this kind of collective initiatives, and also, of course, to the audience of this international conference. And so I will speak, of course, as a scholar on women's human rights and communication issues, but also as chair of the Global Alliance on Media and Gender, because definitely for me, that has been a key space to develop all a series of initiatives together with my colleagues, with my teachers, And so I will, as said, speak on behalf also of the Global Alliance on Media and Gender. So the Beijing Platform for Action has been the roadmap for the achievement of gender equality and women's human rights. Over the last 25 years, key laws, policies, and mechanisms have been developed at national, regional, and international levels. Indubitably, the platform has been and remains the main mechanism for women to achieve gender equality and their human rights. The Beijing Platform for Action was possible thanks to the efforts of the feminist movement and civil society organizations. However, both the Beijing Platform for Action and the feminist movement are in risk of being dismantled by the influence of neoliberal forces that have increased in the context of the pandemic. This is why, on the occasion of its 25th anniversary, my participation will focus on a strongly call to acknowledge its historical importance and the role played by feminists all around the world in making the platform a reality. Furthermore, to strengthen its visibility and to affirm its continuing importance. Improving gender equality in and through the media and ICT has been indicated since the Beijing 4 World Conference on Women in 1995 and its two strategic objectives. Strategic objective J1, increase the participation and access of women to expression and decision-making in and through the media and new technologies of communication. And strategic objective 2, to promote a balanced and non-stereotypical portrayal of women in the media. Critical areas of Section J include contents and representation, access, women's participation in decision-making at all levels of media and ICT processes and structures, policy development, media and information literacy, freedom of expression, and women media workers' working condition and safety of women in media and online. On the occasion of the Commission on the Status of Women 47 and 62 sessions, it was remarked the need for media, telecommunications, and ICT companies to address gender-based discrimination. More recently, the centrality of this agenda has been reaffirmed in debates and initiatives at the international level, including in the context of the Global Alliance on Media and Gender, the United Nations Women Global Compact Stepped Up for Gender Equality in the Media, the UNESCO Twin University Network on Gender Media and ICTs, and even it is as well as by a number of advocacy and scholarly contributions to this debate. The newest UN Women Initiative, focused on the launching of 6 action coalitions, also looks at this agenda. Even it does it with a limited view, and of course I will explain this idea further. At the same time, attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals, in particular Goal 5, gender equality, requires gender equality in and through the media and ICT to be improved. So to what extent have these recommendations have been achieved? Where are we now, 25 years after the Beijing Platform for Action? In May 2015, Margaret Gallagher, the most prominent scholar and activist on gender and communication, made a clear statement of the current situation. She said at the time, we are now in 2015 in a period of backlash and backpedaling by governments on women's human rights. Media empires are among the most lucrative global businesses. After years of lobbying, the existence of Section J seemed at least to give us an international agreed blueprint for action. But when we look at the implementation of Section J, the past 20 years have not lived up to our expectations. Evidences show that as of today, past recommendations have been widely disregarded by governments, international and regional organizations, and media, telecommunications, and ICT companies as well. The World Association of Christian Communication 2015 Global Media Monitoring Project shows that women constitute 24% of news sources globally, up from 17% in 1995, but still moving at a snail's pace. Stereotypes still abound in media, and especially in advertising, with governments leaving the watchdog role to scholars and activists. Universities and non-governmental agencies have been at the forefront of mainstreaming gender in media content. The preliminary findings of the 2015 UNESCO Global Survey on Gender and Media notes that only 14% of governments have budgets to promote gender equality in media staffing and 29% of governments in media content. 19% of the surveyed countries say publicly owned media have developed specific gender awareness programs. In 2012, the International Women's Media Foundation published its findings from its study of women's employment in news companies, covering 59 nations and organizations, finding that men held 75% of both top management and board positions. Women's presence was strongest in routine news gathering roles and weakest in technical roles. In 2013, the European Institute for Gender Equality published the findings from a study of all its members plus Croatia, 28 countries. The study found that of 3,076 senior posts, 30% were held by women, 16% of CEOs were women, as were 21% of chief operating officers. Then, although a proportion of women are in positions of authority, they are much less likely to be in positions of power. An estimated of 4.4 billion people, mostly poor, female, rural, and living in developing countries, have no access to the internet. The Broadband Commission estimates that there are currently 200 million fewer women online than men, and warns that the gap could grow up to 350 million within the next 3 years. According to this commission, new media are being used as tools to inflict harm on women and girls. Cyber violence against women and girls is emerging as a global problem around the world. The report on cyber violence published by the Commission in 2015 reveals that almost 3/4 of women online have been exposed to some form of cyber violence, and urges governments and industry to work harder and more effectively together to better protect the growing number of women and girls who are victims of online threats and harassment. There has been a severe increase of violence against women journalists also, both offline and online, which includes surveillance practices from governments. This is happening in a number of countries, but mostly in conflict and post-conflict countries where the human rights of women journalists have become more precarious. This happens also with the consent of the states, which results in a cycle of impunity and in contexts where news media companies are not ensuring safe conditions for women journalists. Finally, there is a lack of gender mainstreaming in the curricula of communication and journalism schools all around the world. All the problems listed are linked to the unavailability of up-to-date gender disaggregated data. Official data is very low, as most of governments are not documenting gender inequalities in media and ICT. The scarcity of sex disaggregated data limits our analysis and the possibility to improve informed policies. In this regard, the gender dimension to media and ICT regulation and policies is almost non-existent in most of our countries. While the Beijing Platform for Action listed the actions which could achieve gender equality, there is no single formal policy on gender and communication. This is largely due to the power of the media and telecommunication sectors which have been opposed to any regulation which attempts to protect the rights of citizens to communicate. So my point here is not that the Beijing Platform for Action has not been useful for feminist purposes or for reaching gender equality and social justice, but that neoliberalism is having destructive effects in feminism, and the increasing corporate influence on public gender equality discourse and policies is explained by this. I want to draw now the attention to the depoliticizing effects of neoliberalization in the feminist agenda. Since the publication of the Beijing Platform for Action, neoliberal forces started influencing the feminist agenda by focusing the debates on the economic and business benefits of gender equality rather than on gender justice and democracy. One example is the debate about gender quotas in media corporations that has enabled the neoliberalization and corporatization of governmental gender equality approaches. This has come together with a discourse that promotes individualized understandings of it and sidelining gendered power relations. In Anna Elomaki words, the debate depoliticizes the agenda through legitimizing dominant economic goals and corporate capitalism and sidelining economic power and the effects of economic decisions. She further argues that although the economization of the gender balanced debate can be seen as part of a broader development in gender equality policies, as well as a strategic choice to place women's underrepresentation on the political agenda, the influence of corporate actors has also had an important role to play. Over the past few decades, economic rationality has extended to public gender equality discourses and policies as well. On the one hand, gender equality is increasingly represented as beneficial for business profitability, economic growth, and competitiveness. On the other hand, neoliberal governance practices such as cost-benefit calculations and best practices have begun to shape the way in which gender equality policy is made. According to Anna Elomaki, gender issues that are compatible with economic priorities or are easy to monetize have been prioritized. I would say that is the case of the communication. That what we have increasingly seen as spaces such as the CSW, the Commission on the Status of Women, is the prioritization of the digital debates. However, these are embedded by an instrumental but not by a political view. This explains also the launching of 6 action coalitions by UN Women. These coalitions, according to UN Women, are not intended to replace the 12 Beijing Platform for Action sections. However, we have expressed our concern about, for example, Action Coalition 5 on innovation technology, which clearly has an instrumental focus on how new technologies can be used to make women more profitable for neoliberalism. Also, because this coalition takes out the feminist agenda on media, as if the problem related to power and inequality in this field is not important anymore. Following Anita Elomaki, economized discourses and interventions constitute women as rational and calculating economic subjects competing for economic rewards and as entrepreneurial subjects responsible for their own success. Then, framing gender equality as a contribution to economic growth and competitiveness has been argued to legitimize and strengthen neoliberal rationality and values. According to Wendy Brown, the extension of neoliberal rationality is reshaping the sphere of politics in a manner that eradicates its distinctively democratic and political character. Brown is particularly concerned about the effects on political subjectivity and democratic citizenship. She argues that seeing human beings always and everywhere as economic actors and as human capital eradicates the idea of humans as political and democratic subjects who shape and control their lives together. So I want to connect this with a second idea, and is the increasing the politicization of the youngest generations, which is visible in their lack of a historical perspective on the feminist agenda. Taking gender equality for granted and seeing rights as individual values explains, for example, the increasing activism among these generations against women as the political subjects of feminism. All these problems have become even more critical with the pandemic. The different crises, but in particular that generated by the COVID-19, have led to the prioritization of gender equality policies and even their dismantling, together with the precariousness of feminist NGOs all around the world, which has led to a disarticulation of the global feminist movement. So what have we done to stop the depoliticization of the feminist agenda in the communication field? In 2013, UNESCO, together with more than 600 feminist organizations and individuals all around the world, launched the Global Alliance on Media and Gender. Since then, our main goal has been influencing global policies at national and international levels by calling governments, UN agencies, and media and digital corporations to assume the recommendations stated at the Beijing Platform for Action. So what has been the GAMAC contribution to, in particular, the Beijing Platform for Action Plus 25 review? In particular, linked to this review, GAMAC initiated last year a long-term process based on national reports on Section J. GAMAC members have prepared national reports on 9 critical issues of the gender, media, and ICT agenda. They were invited to link up with different individuals and organizations in their countries to ensure the principle of collectivity and inclusiveness in the production of these reports. We have collected reports from the 5 regions, and they have been uploaded at the GAMAC website. The reports examine the relevance of the Beijing Platform for Action for the improvement of gender equality through the media and ICT's mechanisms at the national level, and consider its link to the Agenda 2030. They present evidence of on Beijing on this agenda and the Agenda 2030 progress, gaps, and emerging concerns. Finally, they propose recommendations for follow-up actions. GAMAC members are using these reports to lobby national governments. They are serving also for the organization of national and regional forums, as this was the case, for example, of GAMAC members' participation in the regional review corresponding to Latin America at the United Nations Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean. And inputs from the Alliance were included in the Beijing Plus 25 Latin American Shadow Report, but also in the agreed conclusions adopted by Latin American governments that were taken to CSW last March. Alongside the regional ministerial meetings, civil society groups have met to analyze progress and formulate recommendations. For instance, for example, the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe produced a paper on women and media. On the other side, as I previously said, UN Women launched at the beginning of this year a new initiative which consists on the creation of 6 action coalitions under the umbrella of the Generation Equality Forum. The Generation Equality Forum will be convened by UN Women and co-hosted by the governments of Mexico and France. According to UN Women, it is a civil society-centered multi-stakeholder global gathering for gender equality. This forum will be informed by regional ministerial meetings and the CSW. So its governance structures include a core group, a civil society advisory group, and a multi-stakeholder steering committee. GAMAC is represented in the Mexico Civil Society Advisory Group. 6 areas of concerns or themes have been identified that will be developed and implemented over the coming years by multi-stakeholder action coalitions. They have been announced a few months ago. First is on gender-based violence, secondly, economic justice and rights, bodily autonomy and sexual and reproductive health and rights, feminist action for climate justice, technology and innovation for gender equality, and feminist movements and leadership. The six themes selected for the action coalitions are certainly important, but GAMAC believes that the theme of media and communication must also be included. Given the ways in which digital media and communication are transforming society with enormous implications for women's rights, safety, freedom of expression, misinformation, fake news, etc., we firmly believe a holistic approach to communication and digital issues must be included in the Action Coalition's themes, which are intended to provide a new post-Beijing blueprint for the future. So GAMAC has been trying to influence all these debates. However, and as I explained it previously, I think that here the key risk is that neoliberal principles influence the future feminist agenda. So looking at this context, I would like to move to identify a list of actions and recommendations that would inhibit the intention of the politicizing both the Beijing Platform for Action and also the feminist movement in communication, in the communication field. First of all, and I recuperate here the voice of GAMAC that that has demanded a strong action from member states to, for example, improve laws, regulations, and policies on gender equality in and through the media and digital rights, with a rights-based approach to eliminate gender stereotypes in contents, to improve the access and participation of women in this institution, including regulatory bodies to guarantee the safety of media and journalists, women professionals, and their labor rights, to improve freedom of expression and women's access to information, to promote changes in curricula of journalism and communication schools, and to eliminate violence against women online. Also, to ensure that broadcast and digital policy and regulations support women's media networks, in particular community media, radio, and feminist networks, including young women, to use accessible and appropriate media and ICT bridge the gap in media content, in particular via the public airwaves. Through the Financing for Development Addis Ababa Action Agenda of 2015, governments resolved to undertake legislation and administrative reforms to give women equal rights with men to economic resources, including access to ownership and control over appropriate new technology. This commitment should serve as a key basis for policies and programs to support women's empowering use of digital media, backed by dedicated budget lines. Also, to implement frameworks for algorithmic transparency, incorporating methods such as third-party audits and algorithm audits provided by the EU General Data Protection Regulation suggest useful pointers in this regard. Public interest content production online and in traditional media by women's groups needs to be promoted through appropriate policies for subsidized broadband connectivity, local language content creation, and so on. Make specific references to the role and relevance of media and communications within general gender equality national strategies, as well as for a specific commitment to gender equality in national media policies and digital strategies and in international communication governance provisions. These developments may result from collaborations between different institutional actors, including UN agencies, national governments, parliamentary committees, and communication independent authorities, with the participation of professional and civic organizations, gender experts and scholars, and of the media themselves. Produce regular data based on gender-sensitive indicator to report on the different dimensions of the gender, media, and ICT agendas. We mean contents, access and participation, labor rights, violence against women journalists, violence against women in general, I mean women and girls online and offline, and media education, etc. This data must be the base to improve policy. Also, improve gender budgeting mechanisms for communication and telecommunications policy and regulation, assist in moving gender equality in media ownership onto both national and international agendas of the forums where communication rights and other issues are addressed. Promote digital literacy programs with a gender component that specifically focuses on building the information and media literacies of marginalized women, encouraging efforts by women's organizations in using digital media and online spaces to amplify their stories. And finally, eliminate state illegal surveillance against women journalists and professionals in media and telecommunications corporations. But GAMAC has also called on media and ICT corporations' responsibilities, which includes the adoption of formal and integrated equality strategies and policy frameworks, including support mechanisms for monitoring, evaluation and action, to promote auto-regulation frameworks, enact programs that promote overall wage equality, maternity leave and pregnancy support, tackle online gender-based violence, undertake a regular gender audit of the workforce to identify women and men's presence at all levels of the organizations, review recruitment and promotion policies to ensure they are fair and transparent, ensure that there are policies in place for reporting discrimination and clear sanctions where behavior of staff is found to be in breach of such policies, and finally, take positive actions to redress gender imbalances at senior and all levels by appointing the women when deciding between a female and a male candidate of equal merit. So what I want to say is that, of course, during the last at least 60 years, feminists have developed a set not only of recommendations, but of resources that would help to eliminate gender discrimination on the fields of media and telecommunications and ICTs companies. And what GAMAG has done is to recuperate all these initiatives in order to improve gender equality in and through the media. So I would stop here, and of course, I'm open for a further debate. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Aimee, for all the data that demonstrates gender inequality in communication and media field around the world, and the explanation about GAMAG initiatives and these strategies to tackle this depolitization of feminist and political agenda. And of course, we have here lots of material things to discuss, but now it's time to listen Caroline Byerly reflections. And Caroline is a professor and chair at the Department of Communication, Culture and Media Studies at Howard University, United States of America. She's a feminist critical scholar who studies macro-level media studies, media issues, particularly women's employment in media industries and gender and race in media ownership. She's the author of Global Report on Women and News Media, the editor of Palgrave International Handbook on Women and Journalism, co-author of Women and Media Critical Introduction, also co-editor of Women and Media International Perspectives, and she's the author of more than 50 articles and book chapters. She's presently working on a book about gentrification and race. Thank you very much, Caroline, to be here with us.
Thanks so much, Carla, to you and your colleagues for inviting me to be here today. And I don't know if you've mentioned this anywhere in the conference, but Carla is actually the chair of the Research and Policy Committee in GAMAG. And I think that committee is one of the co-sponsors of this conference, if I'm not mistaken. So that's wonderful to see. And the problem of being, or maybe the privilege of being the last speaker in a conference, is that many of your colleagues before you have covered a lot of the ground and issues that you might want to raise, I might want to raise in my final reflections. But at the same time, it gives me the opportunity to coalesce some of them into more of a framework. And that's what I'd like to do today. I'm just going to share my screen here a minute. Do I have permission to share it?
Yes, I think so. You can share it.
I do. Okay, thanks, Elamano. Okay, so what I'd like to do is take a lot of the ideas and the work that we've done as feminist scholars and put it into something of a historical framework, and then look at what I think has and hasn't been accomplished and where the struggle is presently, reflecting on some of the comments that other people have made. And then looking at ahead and projecting where I think the struggle might go. So I want to start with a question that asks us, what enables feminist media research? And the answer that I would give or argue is a feminist research infrastructure. And that infrastructure is created through meetings that produces documents and statutes, such as the many foundational meetings that many of us have been through. I'll just reflect most recently on GAMAG's work, when after the meeting in Thailand, we then had a series of meetings here in the States where, and I think maybe they weren't all in the US, but we produced a series of documents that actually formed the organization. And from that has enabled a great deal of research to come out, as Aimee indicated. Also takes leaders with vision and experience in conducting investigations, such as those of us gathered here the last couple of days. Organizations that bestow resources for our work and they help publish the data that we produce, and audiences that use the research and provide feedback. So we'll be saying more about these and where they fit into our work in just a minute. But the historical context is really looking at the way in which Section J came about at the Beijing Program for Action. It was the culmination of a much longer struggle that began really back in the 70s. During the UN Decade for Women. That decade from 76 to 85 produced 3 major meetings in that 1 decade time period. And in that first meeting in Mexico City, what arose, and I think this is really critical, and we're going to look at it again, these same points will come up when we look at Section J and what it does. But what arose from the women from around the world who came together was a foundational media critique that has really stood as the kind of the global framework for our research. The first part of it said that women are underrepresented in the media, and that goes to the symbolic annihilation problem that we're familiar with. The second is that women are stereotyped and misrepresented in the media, over-sexualized, distorted images, stereotyped, you know, in the earlier days of feminism, it was really, never saw a woman who wasn't in a domestic setting, for instance, as a wife or a mother. And then women were also denied access to media professions. So you're going to see these 3 points in almost all of the research that we've done and presented the last couple of days, but also we'll see it again in Section J. After the meeting in Mexico City, there were some additional meetings, and they led to as we're going to see, baseline research on women in media from a series of UNESCO-sponsored studies. And these were really important. And I, just reflecting personally, I was a graduate student in the 1980s, and I began to come across these documents. And I was amazed because I was studying women in news. That was both my master's and dissertation work. And I realized that UNESCO had essentially produced what would our global, the foundational documents for our global study of women in media. The Women's Feature Services were a different program, and that was actually the focus of my own dissertation. And they were five programs established in the developing countries or the global South, affiliated with established third world news agencies. And they were funded through UNFPA and UNESCO for a period of 5 years in order to increase the news flow about women. In the 1970s and 80s, there was a lot of talk about news flow, directional news flow as in east-west, north-south, but also what kind of news flow. And there was very little news flow that involved women as the subjects of the news. So the training, and the third thing was the training for media professionals through the IPDC. And that was to train journalists and for both entering the media and for advancement within the media, and women were given a seat at those tables. So we began to see emerge then a structural foundation for women in media research, led by what had come together as a global network of women interested in these issues, and also men who were their allies and working with them, at a series of workshops at the Mexico City, after the Mexico City conference. And as we mentioned, the documents, the strategic plans, and so forth that led to documents like these. And these are documents we're familiar with, I think. But the one in the center, of course, Margaret Gallagher's important work, really it was almost a manual for me, really, when I was doing my dissertation work and trying to pull pieces together and understand them. So the infrastructure expanded globally then between over the next 2 decades, from 75 to 95, as women in media research moved into universities and NGOs around the world. As more and more universities, women's studies programs were developing. Women from, in my own case, I'd been working in the front lines of feminism as both a journalist and an activist. And I was doing my dissertation research and moving into an academic setting where it was possible for me then to begin to research women in media issues within my department. There were lots of people, we all know each other. Some of us are probably here right now from that era. And the three, the feminist media scholarship began to follow, or at least reflect, the essential critique that arose in Mexico City, looking, predominantly at women's representation in the media. The overwhelming amount of information that has arisen from feminist media research globally is concerned with women's portrayal or representation. The secondary focus was on women's media employment. That's the access issue. And the third, the macro level, the governance issues around policy and so forth, have been studied very little. And and those of us who do this kind of research, such as Claudia Padovani, myself, Catherine Sarakakis, Leslie Regenshade, we're a small society, those of us who do the macro level work. And I'm going to say more about that, and that's where I think we need to expand some of our work. So the academic organizations that arose around this time were also extremely important. All of the communication organizations during the 1980s and 90s established feminist research caucuses, and they focused on women in communication issues, both theoretical issues and also empirical research. And I belong to 3 of the 4 of these here. Some of you may belong to 2 of them, some of you to 1, but we all belong to at least one of them, I believe, where we present our work, where we give feedback to each other, and where we help each other get published in some cases, where we collaborate, we find collaboration with each other. And it's been incredibly important in establishing that larger infrastructure that I'm talking about that enables our research to happen. The other thing these caucuses or divisions have done is recognize the really good work that surfaces through prizes and awards and so forth. Non-governmental organizations took up a lot of the important work of media monitoring, that systematic study of what actually is covered in both news and entertainment media that relates to women and that covers women. And these are some of the ones that we've known about over the years, but the most well-known, of course, and probably the most important, at least for the longitudinal studies that have come out, is the Global Media Monitoring Project, the GMMP. The GMMP, which launched in 1995, has, as we know, systematically studied the media on a single day each 5 years. And each year, each time that there's another round of monitoring, the number of nations has increased. And I think Sarah Macharia said the other day there were 170 nations. Is that right? Someone tell me. I think she said there were 170 nations that had signed on, but probably not that many would actually deliver data. And I want to say something about empirical data for a minute. Most feminist media scholars are qualitative and critical researchers. There are very few who do statistical quantitative work. And it's important to have all of those, but there's a relationship among them. And critical scholars are always looking for data to support their arguments or to guide them in the kind of critical, often historical work that we do. For myself, over the years, I began as a critical scholar, particularly interested in historical and activist kinds of things. But I've grown more comfortable with data collection and was pleased to be one of the 7 scholars that were involved with the GEM project that Monica Derf-Pierre presented this morning, because I think there's a lack of empirical research out there. I may mention the global report on the status of women, which I conducted for International Women's Media Foundation, and really 10 years ago now. And no one else has replicated that study since. So it remains, the data are 10 years old, growing older by the minute, and that study's never been replicated. We are still using those data to tell a story that may or may not be true. It may have shifted in some direction or other, and we'll only know when someone does another study similar to that. The research emphasizing the need for Section J, I don't have the whole story because I wasn't involved in UN events at that point, but I understand that there was careful planning and strategy building among women, particularly from the Asia Pacific region. I think Margaret was involved in that. And they laid the groundwork for what became Section J. And I don't have the full story of how it actually got into the platform. Would love to have that story sometime. But it was important to have, again, data to make a case for why Section J needed to happen. And Margaret's book, An Unfinished Story, Gender Patterns in Media Employment, came out just sort of on the eve of the Beijing conference. And it was one of the first reports to treat the issue of gender in media employment on a global scale. So that was the book when I was starting kind of the strategy building and the instrument building and so forth for the global report. This was the book I looked to for inspiration. And Margaret was one of the people I worked with to develop the questionnaire and the instruments for it and the plan for it. And I mentioned the way things are done because I think we don't always talk about how we do our research, how we collaborate, the important things, the epistemology of our work, in other words, how it builds one on another and how we have worked together or used each other's research models and so forth to expand. So the Beijing Platform for Action, and I may read this to you earlier, but the thing I want to reflect on here is that the framework of the Beijing Platform is identical to it follows very closely what was the essential media critique that came out of the Mexico City meeting in 1976. And if you look here at the bottom, it calls on governments to promote and ensure women's equal access to all areas of the media, and to review policies with regard to gender integration. This is the access issue. This is the access to the professions and to the media industries. If you look at, and also strategic objective J1 is also concerned with access and decision-making. So that's the whole idea. This was my own chapter in the GEM book that just came out. We've always believed that if we could just get more women into the media professions and into decision-making positions, that it would make a difference in the content and also what the relational dynamics, the gender dynamics would be within the ranks of employment. And so we're still saying that. The chapter that I co-authored, we looked at data to see what those relationships were, and you're going to have to read the book. I'm not going to tell you what it said. But, and we so strategic objective J2 wants to promote a balanced and non-stereotypical portrayal. So here we see the concern with, this is the statutory basis here for our work. So much of it that's been done since. Concern with portrayal or image or representation, concern with access and decision-making, right? And concern with what I call the political economy, which is policy. So Section J actually recognized that women in developing nations are particularly unable to effectively access the electronic information highway. Women need access to decision-making to affect content that so much affects them. And as Gallagher said in '95, everywhere the potential exists for the media to make a far greater contribution to the advancement of women. Our research needs to track this kind of thing. One of my students, several years ago, Jamaican woman, decided that she wanted to go back to Jamaica and look to see what the Jamaican government had done to actually implement its national policy to integrate women into the media. Because some nations are actually taking this to heart and adopting it into their governmental framework. She went back and she interviewed people who were in NGOs who had been instrumental in getting that language into the national policy. She interviewed people within government agencies. She interviewed women who are users of the media in smaller villages. She interviewed a range of people. And what she found is that even people responsible for carrying out the work of implementation hadn't done it. They hadn't done it because they didn't really understand what it meant and they didn't know how to go about it. So the advocates working on the outside through their activism had succeeded in getting it into the statutory framework, but those on the inside weren't sure what to do with it. And there had been very little done, in fact. And the women in the villages that she interviewed weren't quite sure how to, many of them did not have access to technology. And those who did oftentimes didn't know how to use it for job searches or to further their education, for instance. But by the year 2000, we did have a solid infrastructure, what I call that infrastructure of feminist media research. Women's Action 2000 listed more than 30 non-governmental organizations in all regions of the world conducting monitoring, research, and advocacy. They were publishing periodicals to advance women's media representation, to increase that information about women. GAMAG, one of our more recent, I May has told you everything there is to know about GAMAG right now, but have been sitting on the International Steering Committee for several years since GAMAG's existence. And I believe that that has been extremely important through her leadership and the collaboration of those of us working together with her to get publications out, to hopefully to get language back into what Margaret talked about yesterday, will be the next UN meeting for women. So publications that specifically mention Section J as the reason for their being. These are some of them. The Global Report you're familiar with, the handbook that came out of it, the Palgrave Handbook, which came out of that 29 of the original 59 countries we selected for greater explication. So the data for each country were then taken and made into full chapters with historical, political, cultural information. This is the IGA report that Karen and Claudia did for the European Institute on Gender Equality. And then most recently, just out last week, we're all very proud of the GEM book that Monica presented. Was it this morning already? I believe. But when I first talked to IWMF about conducting this study, I said, well, what is your motivation to do this? And they said Section J. And so Section J, the sense of it and the importance of it was really motivational in getting that first and actually most extensive international study done. These are also some other studies, and I just happen to have a couple of them here that you also see on your screen. But some of these are GAMAG publications or UNITWIN publications. They really tell a story. They set, they do everything from outline research and action agendas to governmental recommendations, to situating women within the broader trends of media and expression. And we have to, excuse me, you'll see on every single one of them, you'll see the UNESCO insignia. And I think for all of its problems and struggles that UNESCO has had, it's really been incredibly important to our women in media research over the years. The struggle to maintain the focus on women in media, as many of the presenters have noted, have something to do with women's interests versus corporate interests, or what is, I may and others have mentioned, is the neoliberal lens that so much is happening through right now. I call late stage capitalism, but in fact, it's led to the problem of conglomeration in the media, and not just in my own country, which is horrible, but in countries across the world. In some nations, I think Brazil, for instance, there are no regulations that specify the number of companies a single owner can own. And so what conglomeration of media industries does is it consolidates men's economic and political power and their ability to influence policy agendas at the national level, and also to set the agenda for content in news and entertainment. The manifestation of this dynamic is in intergovernmental arenas. We're also seeing at UNESCO and UN Women. Margaret talked yesterday about the difficulty of getting anything done around women in media, as far as putting those issues onto the platform through UN Women is extremely difficult. Since the 1980s, UNESCO and many of the UN agencies have been strongly influenced and actually in some ways captured by corporate interests. And corporate interests have a gender and a race. They are predominantly Western They are predominantly white, and they are predominantly very wealthy men. And so that also brings in the class issue. I think we can't be negligent about this. The power structures are many. Neoliberalism and what it leads to is really a squeezing out of civil rights, of human rights, and of women's rights. And we have to recognize that has infiltrated into the arena that we're working in with our women in media research. So using our research to implement Section J, the next frontier in realizing the goals of women's media access and equality, I think, is in confronting the powerful men and their media conglomerates. It's important to study these things. It's important to produce data, and qualitative and also quantitative data on these things. It's very difficult to study media industries because the nature of the beast is that there are overlapping directorates. There are one company, they sell off companies. It's very difficult to track what's going on with ownership patterns, but it's incredibly important to do that. It's in women's interest to do that, and to situate women, as Saskia Sassen said some years ago, to situate women in the global economy. And I would say to situate women in the global media landscape as much as we can. We have to engage power structures. And I want to end with just a very short case study of something that we have been working on here to try and do this. I've been, for 10 or 12 years, I've been engaged with public interest lawyers and scholars working on media reform, particularly on national media policy. In the United States, the Federal Communications Commission has 5 people on it. They're all appointed by the president. 3 at any given time will represent the party of the president in power. The other 2 represent the minority party. Right now, for 4 years, it's been dominated by Donald Trump's people. But over the last 20 years, and we've had presidents of both parties, and the FCC has always been influenced most strongly by the media industries. So those on the outside have always been trying. It's been a David and Goliath sort of struggle. Those on the outside who feel the threat of this, and their policies of deregulation, have had to find ways to work together. And so in 2003, when the FCC had presented a proposal that they were about to adopt that was going to further deregulate the industry and increase mergers and acquisitions more, we knew that through cross ownership arrangements. An upstart group made of a bunch of young activists who had funny hairdos and piercings all over their faces in some cases, but who are very smart and technologically astute, and they go around the world helping community groups set up radio stations, low power radio stations. And it's been very important work that they've done. And they recognize that if there was further deregulation, that it would be harmful to them and to some of the projects that they were taking on. So with public interest attorneys and people like me doing some level of scholarship to contribute, there have been a series of court cases challenging the deregulation, the rules for deregulation. And in 3 different cases, and also because every time there's further deregulation, it squeezes more and more women and people of color out of ownership. And we know that because we've tracked it. The last time there were data on that, that women owned about 6% of all the broadcast companies in the US, and African Americans owned 1.3% of the rate of the television stations. It's very, very low. And so there have been a series of court cases, all of which have upheld the plaintiffs. this radio station. It became known as the Prometheus versus the FCC cases. And the courts have upheld the challenge each time. However, the FCC has refused each time to change anything they're doing. They've never taken on the women in media ownership problem because they say they don't have data. And they don't have data because they don't conduct studies. So right now, I'm in the process of working with 2 public interest lawyers, both feminist lawyers. This is a feminist-led project, both legal scholars. And we're beginning to develop arguments, using our research to develop arguments to go in for what will be the 4th round. And we will be arguing on behalf of women and people of color to adopt federal policies to make provisions in ownership and so forth. I hope, I need to talk with Aimee about this, but perhaps similar to some of the things that are being done in Mexico. So that ends my story. I think the question is, how will women and media struggle turn out, inspired by Section J in the next 25 years? That was inspired by Section J 25 years ago, here in the next year, 5 years, or 25 years. And I think that is our question to answer. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Caroline, and thank you for this framework and this trajectory of feminist media scholarship. And I think this importance of the very close dialogue between research and policies. And of course, the reflection about these voices that are silenced, continue to be silenced in this the field. So thank you, both of you, for your wonderful reflections, presentations, and of course you put, Caroline, a question that I think it's very difficult to answer, but of course your reflections, your both reflections allow us to see the path we have taken, where we are, and where we are doing, this importance of the dialogue between these diverse, these multiple, these complex social actors and perspectives. And now we have some time for questions, for comments, and other reflections. I don't know if we don't have questions on YouTube now. I don't know if we have some question here in our Zoom room. Maybe it's difficult to start with the questions, but I can start. Maybe I was thinking concerning this lack of regulation, and we talked a lot during these 2 days about this lack of regulation in the media field. Which areas you should media these policies prioritize in the area of regulation? And we have another question here. Maybe we can put also the Claudia Padovani question. Okay, it's not a question, it's only a comment to thank you for your perspectives, for your reflections during these days. But I don't know if you want to answer this question about regulation in the media field.
What specifically did you have in mind, Carla, with that?
when we are talking about regulation, we are talking about different areas. For example, we talked during these days about online, for example, the lack of regulation on online media platforms. And you think this is an area that we should prioritize in our research to address in policies around the world? I don't know, Aimee is, I don't know if you want to.
You're muted, Aimee, there.
Thank you. I want to put an example, a very, very recent example. In Mexico, we count on the law against violence against women since 13 years ago. And since this law was approved, we intended violence in media was included as one of the modalities of violence against women. However, it wasn't possible at that time. And then I started, intending with every new Congress in my country to convince on the need media that we count on a regulation on this field. And just recently, 15 days ago, it was approved, this change on the law, and this includes also the digital dimension. I mean, we now count on, on two new modalities of gender-based violence. One is media violence, and the other one is digital violence. Of course, the view of this change is a little bit limited, in particular on the digital dimension. However, is a very good starting point because this involves the responsibility of media and ICTs corporations. And of course, it's very complex. In the case of the digital dimension, it's very complex because you face the challenge of regulating at the national level. However, we have digital platforms, corporations such as Google, Facebook, and Twitter that need to follow their global rules and not the national rules. However, we are speaking with these companies on how they can improve by themselves some initiatives that could help to this new regulation be improved. So, of course, another challenge linked to the digital dimension has to do with the freedom of expression issue. And here, for example, Article 19 expressed its concern because in some countries, this kind of regulations, I mean, when you come into the digital field, the risk is that some governments could use these regulations for political purposes and not necessarily, to combat violence against women. However, I think that the impact, I mean, the political impact of these initiatives is really important because it increases the social awareness on the importance of media and digital platforms for women's human rights. So, and of course, in countries such as Argentina, Spain, I think so also, they have laws against gender-based violence, which includes also the media dimension. So I think, and this is an achievement of the feminist movement, of feminist scholars that have called on the importance of media on combating gender-based violence.
Yeah, I mean, my policy orientation is quite different, but I think the work around gender violence and media policy is quite important. But I think ownership is also important. who own our media have a lot to do with the policies and that are adopted within the media industries. And when you have monopolistic practices going on, you're always going to have the wealthiest able to buy up. They have the resources to buy up smaller stations and smaller newspapers and so forth. The disappearance of daily newspapers in the US is tragedy. And the online sources don't really make up for it. So, and broadcast is still a very viable and much needed resource, at least in the country where I live, particularly in rural areas. And I myself use broadcast, and my minority communities use broadcast. And so we can't be stupid about the importance of ownership at the kind of the macro level. And so in the US, we have antitrust policies that are meant to stop monopolistic practices, but we haven't had attorneys general at the top of government who've been willing to enforce them, you know, for 2 decades, for 3 decades, really. And so I think the importance of studying that, tracking it, and producing research that can help to compel legal action is critical. And also working through legislative processes to try and adopt laws. It's complex, and most feminist scholars I know prefer to study content. I see a comment or a question here from Marian Blanco. Where are you, Marian? Somewhere here. Asking about what do we think about all of the sudden burgeoning of interest in the numbers of people wanting to study feminist studies and communication. And I think it's on the one hand, I want to say it's great. We're seeing it at Howard too, but it troubles me that most of them want to study Twitter and social media and popular culture. And it's not that those things aren't interesting. It's just that the research that they produce may not make any difference. They may be studies that sit on a shelf somewhere or that have a limited lifetime because the technology keeps changing. So the study about Twitter today may or may not have any relevance to down the line. I mean, I think we want to really be strategic in doing our research and try and do research that's going to have a lifetime, that's going to lead others to do that, others to build on it. And small scale studies focused mainly on social media and popular culture, I think, don't do much to help advance the status of women. So maybe others can respond to that, but that's my take on it.
I don't know, Aimee, if you want to say something about that, because Marianne also asks about this frontal attack against feminist and gender studies that we are facing these days. And I don't know if you want to comment also about that.
Yes, at my dissertation, I expressed, my concern of what we all are seeing in our countries, and is a backlash in general on the feminist agenda. And of course, I think that I definitely agree with Caroline when I said, when I explained the example in Mexico, I said that's an example. But of course, I think that what we have developed is a holistic view on the gender and media agenda, which includes different dimensions, not only contents, of course, but media structures, but also media education, etc. And definitely, I think that what we are facing at our universities is the risk of our agenda being dismantled or replaced by a very superficial, by a neoliberal view on the gender and media agenda. This is why I took here the example of the action coalitions. I'm really concerned about the view that UN agencies, in particular UN Women, has on the digital platforms, because what they have is an instrumental view on this, but not a critical view. I mean, the critical view has been developed by ourselves at our universities and as feminist activists. But, and I think that this critical view has every time less influence on the global debates. And of course, it affects also our job at our universities. Yes, we are seeing that for our authorities, feminist studies are not relevant, but gender studies. And I think here we have a strong discussion, a huge difference, because in my university, for example, which is the largest university in Latin America, we will have finally our graduate program on feminist studies. However, strategically, the authorities changed the feminist studies term by the gender studies term. And so we, of course, are aware on the risk that our feminist agenda becomes depoliticized by these kind of changes. So I think that historically, and here we have Margaret Gallagher, for example, no? Margaret initiated this agenda, and I think that we have faced risks all these years, all these decades. So now I think that this struggle demands our global and collective organization for coming together, even to impact at the national level. But I would say that yes, for us at the national level, in Mexico, for example, it has been possible to make all these steps ahead thanks to the global instruments that have been built during the last 30 years, 40 years, including CEDAW, including Beijing, including Belém do Pará at the regional level, etc. So yeah, that's what I wanted to say. And I think that Margaret wanted to say something also.
Yeah, well, I mean, just to say, I completely agree with Carolyn, and indeed with what you just said, Amy. It was very interesting actually to look back with Carolyn through the history of how where we came from and where we are now. And when you look at that history, you look back to 75 and you see the rather, let's say, unsophisticated analysis that led to the separation of employment and content as being the two vectors along which we should, try to change things. I mean, in a way, that was completely wrong, because what we didn't recognize sufficiently at that time was that those two things are part of a much wider, deeper structure. And when Carolyn talks about we need to engage with the structures, we need to take on the power structures, that's what we should have been doing, 40 years ago or even 20 years ago. And when you see that reflected again in Section J, I think, looking back on it now, it was, okay, it was good as far as it went, but it was, again, not political enough in its conception of what is going on. And I think our challenge now, and we have talked about this somewhat yesterday and again this morning, is to come up with a vision of the kind of society that we want. What is the economic model that we as feminists should be striving for? What is the political model that we would like to see in place? Too much of our work has been about, even with the best of intentions, it has been about assimilating women into an existing structure. rather than trying to work at the kinds of things that would change that structure. So in a way, we've done a lot, but we haven't, we haven't really made the fundamental changes that are needed. And so it's not a surprise that when new waves of technology come along, digital, AI, all of that, we see exactly the same patterns repeating themselves that we saw 40 years ago. Because fundamentally, we haven't dealt with the issue of power, money, politics. Well, I won't go on anymore because I could say a lot about this, but I think that has been a flaw. And I think, Claudia raised this morning, and Maria Zhao also raised yesterday this idea of the public sphere and the feminist public sphere and the need for a different vision of society. And I would like, somehow or other for us to move a bit further along that kind of discussion, rather than, certainly not getting stuck in these very, very small scale studies that Caroline has been critical of. And I despair actually when I look at each edition of Feminist Media Studies, which is our wonderful and extraordinary journal, but it is issue after issue filled with little studies about Sex in the City, or a particular television series, which, as Karen said, is maybe fantastically interesting to the people who do them, but is not going to change the world really. So yeah, that's my sense that looking back, we were a little bit naive in thinking that we would change things without being more political in our approach.
Yes, Caroline.
I could just add a small footnote to that. I would say that I have not seen, and maybe I'm unaware of it in, outside of my own national universe here, but I have not seen feminist movements take on the larger economic and political, the political economy issues. There are feminist economists who've been working kind of at the economic level on policy and so forth. But I haven't seen feminist media researchers who really have who even have advanced complicated critiques of it. And I guess I don't understand why we haven't done that. But yeah, we need to. And it has to be an activist component that does something with it.
Yeah, I would just say that, quite possibly we've been hampered by our original definition of the issue. That we've been dogged by that all these years, and so much research has gone into variations of those two basic kind of strands that we've looked at. And somehow or other, it's been very, very difficult to break out of that. As you said at the very beginning, Carolyn, I mean, there are very, very few feminist researchers who are working at that macro level, looking at, even, issues of media ownership and so on. I mean, in this country, in the UK, we are soon going to have 2 new television stations here, one run by Rupert Murdoch, run by another right-wing grouping, which, are supposed, because these people, these incredibly powerful people and wealthy people, believe that not enough right-wing discourse finds its way into the UK media, which is, quite an extraordinary idea in itself. So, but, what can we do about that as feminists? There isn't a...
Well, it's an insidious situation too, because those people, at least in the country where I live, They control who gets into Congress.
Yeah.
They control the national legislature really through money. And I don't know, I mean, I don't even know where you start. I'm trying to start by just having a dialogue about it among leftist intellectuals and activists I know. And every time you start talking about media, their eyes sort of glaze over. It's just so complicated. You just can't understand it all. But we do have to start.
I think you put here now important and urgent questions, and let's continue the conversations around that after this conference. And I would like to thank you, all of you, for your wonderful presentations, reflections, and I think you left now an important message for these new generations that are doing research in the field of feminist media scholarship. And now we have only a few minutes to stop our event, and I think it's time to thank all of you, and of course, on behalf of the organization of this international conference, I would like to thank all the people, the organizations who contributed to making it possible. And of course, a special word to my colleagues in the organization and the team composed of PhD students from University of Coimbra and one from University of Paraná in Brazil that gave all the support in these 2 days of our event. And of course, a special thanks also to the chairs, participants, with and without presentations, who were with us during these 2 dense days, but very rich, of course. And we are living in difficult times with increased personal and collective constraints, but we think that with this event and with the reflections that have emerged over these 2 days, we have been able to make a contribution to think about the challenge of Beijing and the challenges that we face today in this field of research. And in the different interventions, suggestions may emerge that allow us to continue our journey in the diverse spheres of research and action. And of course, we end this event with the certainty that it is important to continue our reflections, and actions and practices, and cannot give up, and that we need to solidify our feminist network. So thank you all, and take care, and share care, because today Claudia Padovani also talked about the importance of care, and I think it's a key word in the days that in our days. Thank you all.
Thank you, Carla.
Thank you.
Thank you, Carla.
Thanks to those of you who came.
Thank you very much. Bye.